get constructed, if there is money available. And the reason why I'm asking, with all due respect to Commissioner Roybal, is I have a little bit of concern that if the county's going to come up with $10 additional million, and I understand the connections and how that stuff works, if my residents in Edgewood, they're going to pay this additional $10 million for a connection from Tesuque Pueblo to Bishop's Lodge Road. That's why I'm asking to put it on the record. Like I said, all due respect to water system that we've been working on, I understand how it works and what's happening, but those are just some of the concerns I have as individuals from Edgewood are paying for the system as well. So I just want to put that on the record, and those are the only questions I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Manager Miller, but Commissioner Hamilton, I saw, had her hands up as well. So I'm going to go ahead, Manager Miller.
So, Mr. Chair, the total commitment, the additional amount is $4 million for the upsizing. The original amount in the agreement was made years ago, 2006, 2008, whenever that was, and it's been indexed. So the amount of funding for the upsizing is $4 million, and that is anticipated to be funded by capital outlay gross receipts and water system revenues. So, and the original 11, I gotta make sure I have my numbers right, 11 million was to be funded by, we had purchased the Top of the World ranch and water rights, and we sold the ranch and the water rights considerably more than what we initially paid for it, but to the tune, between the two of those, about $6.5 million. So $6.5 million of our total commitment is coming from the sale of the Top of the World water rights to the federal government, as well as the sale of the ranch. And then we have also put in to date $2 or $3 million of capital outlay gross receipts that we have set aside for this. And then that gap between what we currently have, I won't say budgeted, we just have it set aside for it. It's been anticipated that we would fund that with capital outlay gross receipts tax over the next several years, and some system revenues from the utility.
Thank you, Manager
Miller. Commissioner Garcia, did you have something additional?
Just on that note, I certainly understand where the money's coming from, how it came from. I guess taxpayers paid for Top of the World water rights, the entire Santa Fe County, not just a certain area. And we actually, yes, we sold it for a certain amount. We received some winnings from that. And I understand the GRT tax that was actually that everybody in the county pays for, not just a certain area. And I definitely understand the capital outlay portion of it, how it becomes. And I'm just worried about Commissioner Moreno's district, which is off of State Road 14, which is in the Lone Butte area, North Fork, South Fork area. Those individuals out there, they have very poor levels of water. And that's one of the reasons why I'm actually trying to get El Dorado connected to the county water system, because what that does is frees up the aquifer. So that's very important, as you all know that. John, you know that very well. And I'm just thinking 10, 15, 20 years ahead as into just larger plan for the county. And I just want to put that stuff on the record so I can get some sleep at night. But that's where I'm going with it. I understand it and I get it. Thank you, Manager Miller.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Has there been discussion about concerns of whether the state is going to be able to come through with what they had promised in terms of level of funding, given the shortfalls and that they're pulling back capital funding? Is there any discussion of them sweeping back other funding or postponing it? There's no real way to address but I would wonder about what the federal intentions are because of the debt they're cranking up. But, you know, in the near proximal to us, we could legitimately ask about the state's intention. Has there been any word given on that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, there has not been any updates from the state relative to that specific subject. One fact of note is that they have not signed their cost sharing and system integration agreement as of yet. So that's the only relative information I have.
Thank you. That's interesting to have on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Moreno? You have to unmute, sir.
Hi, am I muted?
You're good now, sir.
Okay, got it. This is a big step. I haven't been in the water meetings with the BCC BDD, but I can clearly remember the day when we huddled with the pueblos, the 4 pueblos in the Milwaukee Valley, and starting and getting so far so quick in my IMHO. I think it's really a testament to the good management and all the people who have been in these meetings and fighting about all the things that came to pass, and in short of 4 years. That's huge. That's my take.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Any other comments from commissioners?
Commissioner Roybal?
Yes, Commissioner.
If I may, I would like to make a motion to approve the request for approval of amended and restated cost sharing and system integrated agreement.
Actually, I have some comments as well, and this is my district. So I do want to ask a few questions from some of our staff. I know that Commissioner Garcia had stated about the oversized line, and it's my understanding that this oversized line, if it is connected to the county water system, we will actually, this will be for backup, so the BDD can back up the Pojoaque water system, and the Pojoaque water system can back up the BDD for the county, for county residents, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's the intent of the upsizing. There's John. He disappeared, so I didn't know if he heard you.
Mr. Chair, that is correct, and it is the intent of the upsizing. We originally had in the design a backup of multiple options, one being aquifer storage and recovery, which was not something that worked, and also the wells in the area connecting to the infrastructure, which is non-ideal because of concerns. All those resulted in us having a system designed besides the storage that exists. So it's an incredibly important feature, but it is one that would not be complete until the future, when we would have that connection plan designed and implemented. But everything to allow for it with the system design is being included.
Okay. And so it looks like that answered my question. And so I think that's all that I really had. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, this water system and the water that's intended for the MPT basin is for the customers of the MPT basin. I just wanted to also put that on the record. And so I wanted to see if there was any other questions from any other commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of comments.
Commissioner Garcia?
With all due respect, Commissioner, I guess I'm just a little concerned at this time whether or not I want to vote on this and whether there's the ability to have the votes in this. And I understand the interconnection from Hawaii to the city of Santa Fe. And right now, we actually have a challenge with Santa Fe County and the city utility department, as into when the pumps go off, who turns them on? Who pays electricity? We've been doing this for 5, 7, 10 years now. And we're actually creating an intent of almost $10 million. We still don't have an agreement with the city of Santa Fe as into what's working, what's not working. And I'm just, once again, Commissioner, with all due respect. And another thing is, in the Poaka Valley, I don't know that we actually even know who's connecting to the system yet. We're going to build this system, and do we have a final figure as in who's going to connect, not connect? I don't think we do. And on another note, I'm very concerned about my rural area people. People live down in State Road 14, Madrid, all that stuff there. It seems like we're going to take care of the city of Santa Fe. If it goes down, city of Santa Fe will have water, which is part of my district as well. I'm just think we're jumping the gun a little bit, and I understand the interconnection of what we need to do and how we need to do it. I get it, but I'm just having trouble with it, guys. That's it, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments from commissioners? We have a motion and a second. Okay, so we have a motion and a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second from Commissioner Moreno. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
At this time, until I sit down with staff to get a little bit more discussion, I'm sorry, I had to no.
Okay, and Commissioner Roybal? Yes. Okay, so we have a 4-1 in yeses and one no. So this item passes. Okay, so next we're going to have item number 4C, and this is the Poaka Basin Regional Water System request. First is approval of amended and restated funding agreement between the United States of America, Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, and Santa Fe County for Santa Fe County's share of costs for planning, design, and construction of the Poaka Basin Regional Water System. And 2, authorization of the county manager to sign the purchase order. From Utilities Division, we have Mr. John Dupree.
Anjali to present this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This item is very much connected to the previous item that we just heard. This is our specific funding agreement, which is between, as opposed to the previous item, which was between all of the parties. This is strictly between BOR and Santa Fe County. So our original funding agreement was approved by the board in 2018. As part of the 611G negotiation, similar to the last item, it's required that we amend our funding agreement to include our new funding as well as the new schedule for that funding. This project, as you know, has been reasonably delayed because of those 611G agreements and the cost overruns. And so we've negotiated a new schedule for our payments to the Bureau of Reclamation. So as we've talked about before, these payments will include that extra $4 million for the upsizing. as well as our original indexed amount for a total of $14.4 million. The other thing to note is the 611G agreement requires the BOR to proceed with limited construction prior to Congress authorizing its federal funds. And this agreement and the 611G agreement also commits the county to contribute $3 million prior to, as part of that limited construction. But this amended and restated funding agreement sets out our funding schedule, and importantly, it includes the county's current obligation of $2.16 million, which is what we currently owe for non-contract costs that have already been spent to the BOR, will be included in that $3 million payment. So really, it's only approximately $840,000 more than what we already owe under our current funding agreement, up until such time that the federal government authorizes their additional federal funding. The county's initial payment, according to the funding schedule of Exhibit C of the documents that in your packet, our initial payment would be $2.81 million. And this would be paid immediately upon execution of this amended and restated funding agreement. And then after that, at the beginning of each federal fiscal year, so October 1st of each year, our payment for that year would be due. That is, of course, assuming that Congress authorizes their additional federal funding. It should be clear that no additional activities are funded or funding are included in this amended and restated agreement that have not already been approved by the board as part of the 611G agreement or our original funding. And I think that's it. So with that, John and I.
Okay, thank you, Anjali. I'm going to go to commissioners. Do we have any questions from commissioners? No? Okay. So I just want to once again, reiterate that, the upsizing that we are looking at doing is for backup to the Buckman direct diversion. I know in the past, the county, it's been very expensive when the BDD goes down for us to get backup water. And I think this is a really good way for the county not to pay so much when the BDD system goes down. And actually, it'll also be a great way for the BDD to back up the Pojoaque Basin as well. And then just to reiterate that, there's been concerns out there that, the water that is dedicated for the MPT Basin will be used elsewhere. But according to the order and to the order from the courts is this water is for the Nambe-Pojoaque-Tesuque Basin, and that's where it's dedicated to be used. Just to put that on the record, and I know that we do have some concerns from constituents that this water will be sold and used other places, and I just want to kind of put that on the public record in our constituents' minds at ease. So I just had that to add. Is there any other comments from any other commissioners?
Mr. Chair, this is Greg Schaefer. I would just want to augment, if I could, what you said about interim use of county water outside of the basin. It is allowed only so long as there's not a demand for that county water within the basin. So you're absolutely correct, Mr. Chair, that ultimately when the demand is there, the county water from the basin has to be allocated to the basin, and any terms of interim use are dependent on the fact that there is sufficient supply to meet the needs in the basin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to approve the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System request approval of amendment and restated funding agreement between the United States of America Department of Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation in Santa Fe County for county share of costs for planning, design, and construction of the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System. And 2, authorizing for the county manager to sign the purchase orders. So moved.
I'll second.
You're muted, Chair Roybal.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Anything else under discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chairman, I can't at this time. No. Just
Okay.
need to sit down with staff a little bit more detail. And yes, I know Commissioner Hanson is saying and stating that I guess I would just that we actually agreed, the federal government actually agreed to design a system within so many millions of dollars. And now the federal government is coming and asking us, well, we went beyond that scope of work. I get a project. I understand a project. So I'm just a little kind of annoyed. I can't at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. I do know that Mr. Schaefer did indicate that this water was bookmarked for the Pewaukee Valley area. And I know in the past, staff has also said that, we may not have enough customers and therefore we may need to offset the amount of offset the cost by adding additional customers in the Santa Fe County area so that we can so that the water is affordable. And I just want to reiterate that on the record because that's my understanding, and the intention of this water should be used in the MPT basin, and unless it's used to offset the cost to our other constituents that are using the MPT basin water system. I don't think that the county really shouldn't be using the MPD water for other areas and then later on have to take it back because that's not very good planning in for the future. It's not the best way of the best practice. We can't authorize water until it's needed in the MPT basin and then expect to pull that back. So that's something that, I want to make sure that it's clear that it's only during the time to offset the cost. And then as customers we do get more customers in the MPT basin that will pull those customers back from Santa Fe because it's something that we need to plan for in the future. So I just want to say that on the record as well. Okay, so we've voted on that. It was a 4-1 vote. We're going on to item number 5. Thank you, Mr. Dupree and Attorney Schaefer. And item number 5 is matters of public concern. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission?
Mr. Chair, this is Manager Miller. I know that Sam Chavez from ASME was on the line earlier, but I think he's having internet connection problems, but you might want to just call, see if he is there. If not, I'll make sure I reach out to him and find out what his concerns were.
Mr. Chavez, are you on the line, sir? Okay, and what I'll do is I'll go ahead and bring back matters of concern from public concern right before we go into executive session. Once again, and see if by chance he's there. If not, then if you can reach out to him, that would be great. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next item, and this under presentations. It doesn't appear that we have any presentations this evening. So we're going to go on to item number 7, which is matters from the county manager. 7A is the COVID-19 emergency and miscellaneous updates. Manager Miller, will you be presenting that?
Mr. Chair, I will, and we'll also move into, there's a resolution. The second item is the resolution, but that actually requires a budget presentation first so that you get the whole picture of where we are relative to the FY 2021 budget. First of all, I'd just like to give some updates relative to what we've been doing as a county for our COVID response. As you know, we've had a major shift of how we're providing services. One of those is our senior services, and we're not, and although you voted on a budget adjustment earlier today for congregate meals, it's really not for congregate meals. As you know, our senior centers are closed and have been closed since mid-March. And we have been, or early March, and we've been delivering home delivered meals, but we still segregate those who are our typical congregate meal deliveries from those who are homebound and can't actually leave their homes. And from a budget purpose, they are treated differently, but from the purpose of how we're currently functioning, they're not treated differently. We used to do about 200 to 250 meals a day that were home delivered throughout the county. And I believe Anna War said the other day that we hit our record number of, it was either 940 or 960 home delivered meals in one day. What that means is all of our staff that have are typically cooking meals in the centers and serving them congregate, they are cooking and cooking and cooking and freezing those meals or delivering hot meals. And they have pretty much quadrupled what we take out, what we cook and deliver to individuals throughout the county, seniors that are in need of receiving home cooked meals and delivered meals. So I just want to give a shout out to our senior services staff for really changing the way they do business and not just meeting the previous demand. That's right, Commissioner Moreno, not just meeting the previous demand, but going above and beyond to 4 times that level of home delivered meals. And that's in addition to what Lucy Thelma has been working on, as you know, with the food that they've been delivering in coordination with the Santa Fe Community College and Food Depot and all of that throughout the county. And they've really done an exceptional job trying to get out to the rural areas and out into all parts of the county, not just expecting people to come into the city of Santa Fe and have something loaded into their vehicles. Also, we've seen an increase in activity at 100 Katrin. It is causing a little bit of difficulty in our providing services. We're still only open for appointment in that building, trying to limit the flow of traffic through the building and into the individual offices, but we are in election season, we are in protest season, we just finished property tax payment season, but we have a lot of people still coming in to make property tax payments. We have a lot of appointments with growth management. So we've definitely had increased challenges and people coming in off of grants. We've asked numerous times that employees not leave through that exit because it allows people then to slip into the door up behind our area where we have a line. We are providing all the staff who are not in their office, but are, if they are out and about in the office area, or if they are interacting with the public for an appointment, they are all wearing masks, and we are requiring individuals who are coming into the buildings to wear a mask, and we are providing masks for them if they do not have one. For the most part, this has been well received, although what we are finding is that some residents, I think, are just hitting levels of fatigue in dealing with in the new way of doing business. We've asked that all the elected offices, as well as the department directors that are in those buildings, make sure they have someone to answer phones and set up appointments. We may extend hours for appointments if we're finding that we're too backlogged in being able to provide appointments for those constituents and residents that really need to see somebody in person in order to conduct their county business. For the most part, though, it's been going well. We've just had some incidents where residents or constituents are frustrated, and we're trying to make it as accessible as possible, but still maintaining safe distancing and a safe environment for staff as well as the public to conduct business and interact. We continue to be working through the budget and looking for all areas in the budget, and we'll go into the budget presentation in a minute. But it's a continuous process because things are changing daily. We did receive our revenues, gross receipts tax distribution from March business activity, and it was a little better than what we expected, but we also know that there was a lot of binge buying at that time. So we don't know whether then April, with everything shut down, we'll see an even greater decline than what we anticipated. So I anticipate working with the board, as I said, kind of on a monthly basis as we get this budget put together, but going back and reviewing with you, here's what our assumptions are, here's how we built the budget based on these assumptions, and here's how things are actually rolling out. So I just want to reiterate that this is a very dynamic, a very fluid process. It is not something that we're able to say, this is what our revenues are going to be, and this is what our expenditures are going to be, and we're good till next year this time. I don't think that's going to be the case, and I think that every event that occurs external to Santa Fe County government will continue to influence what we have to do and how we have to respond, and so we have to really be flexible and fluid in how we approach all of the challenges. Additionally, we had some, since our last BCC meeting, we did have some of our employees at the jail test positive for COVID-19. They were immediately isolated. They've been, all of the employees that were around them were tested. All of the inmates who had potentially been exposed to them were tested. We found last week to be a relatively frustrating week in getting lab results back in a timely fashion. We had been pretty used to getting them back in 2 to 3 days. We found many tests not coming back for 5, 6, 7 days, but the majority of the tests came back negative. We even retested some of the employees, and they came back negative again. So we think that, and this is a priority area. The governor has stated that jails and congregate living areas are a priority. We have tested all of our employees at the jail 100%. We've tested over 25% of our population of inmates, although it continually changes. So we're staying up on testing. And like I said, if we do get any test results that are positive, we have quarantined those employees. We haven't had any inmates, by the way. It's only been a couple of employees. They've been quarantined, and they also have gotten retested. And we're just finding some inconsistencies, I'll say, in some of the testing and the response rate of the tests being a lot longer now than what we had been used to. Hopefully the state has caught up on some of that. I think there was a major backlog from all of the counties doing increased testing in their detention facilities as well as senior living facilities throughout the state. So hopefully that backlog has dissipated and we won't see such a delay in receiving our test results. When it's delayed, it really does mess with our responsiveness as far as being able to get making sure that an employee is not quarantining when they're not positive, if they don't need to. So those are just a few of the things that are COVID related. I'm trying to think if there was any. We still, as you know, we did put a proposal forward to the state that we would like to be a part of the solution, assist in contact tracing, as well as anything that we could do with our local hospitals to increase availability of tests, and any proposals for reopening. We did receive positive feedback relative to a team to be deployed for contact tracing, but we have not received confirmation that they're going to do that. We have a draft MOU that we sent to the state so that if we did use staff in that capacity, that we would be reimbursed for the hours that they spend doing that. So that's kind of an update on all those things. I think our sheriff's department, fire, and RECC, and other all those public safety departments, as well as our other departments, we've still been very fortunate that employees have not reported any positive test results. So we've only had those couple of results from employees in the adult detention facility. And that they've actually probably, by this point, they're pretty close to passing their 14-day quarantine period. So that's it on, I think, COVID updates. I would stand for questions on that or any other. Oh, I have one other. It's not actually an update. It's a request that I have of the board. We need to make a decision about having the county fair. We're not actually able to, as it currently stands, we could not say that we could conduct the county fair. And there's a problem with let's wait and see, because we actually have to hire and get under contract certain services in order to hold the fair. We had a call, the county managers had a call about a week ago with the Secretary of Agriculture and Secretary of Tourism. They said, you know, at this time, the administration is not at a place of saying, yes, you can hold your county fairs or other large tourism-related events, even if they are in August or September. That's just not something that the administration is willing to release restrictions on. So we're not really as it stands right now, we're not capable of holding our county fair at the beginning of August because we can't, in our traditional way, because we have lost the lead time to contract for services that we would normally have in place right now in order to hold the event 8 to 10 weeks from now. So there has been discussion amongst the fair board members about having an online auction for those animals that they typically auction off at the end of the fair. And I think there is some disagreement among fair board members as to whether we should still push to have a live fair. I don't feel it's my place to take the official action to cancel the fair, but I did want to let the board know that it's not possible for us at this point, as we've gotten this late in the fiscal year and this close to the actual fair, that we would be able to contract for many of the services that we typically have. So I think that we really should make a decision to, as a county, as a board of county commissioners, at the next board meeting to officially cancel the county fair in its traditional form and request that the fair board look for some alternative ways of doing possibly remote presentations, the youth doing remote presentations of their 4-H projects, doing online auction, that type of thing, that we could then assist in creating that type of venue. So I just wanted some feedback from the board on that item.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller, for the update. And, I think it's something that we do have to look at, and probably sooner rather than later, so that they'll have appropriate time to plan for, I guess, a modified county fair where they can actually still put their animals up. It's going to be a very hard decision because, we have a lot of 4-Hers that are going to probably age out this year, but it's like the graduation, the graduates this year. We don't want them to, have a bad taste in their mouth because of the circumstances that we're in. So I think whatever we can do to be proactive and even help with, the planning if necessary would be great. But I'm going to go to other county commissioners for comments. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is definitely a very difficult thing to have to make a decision on, because you always feel like, well, if we were able to wait, we would get more of the empirical evidence for how things are going as they open up. But even if we get that, we are also constrained, of course, by state, how the state moves forward and makes decisions about what we can do. And, there were other, as you, pointed out very well, Mr. Chair, this is a little bit like the incredible disappointment of all of our youth who are graduating high school and college and simply are being robbed of that opportunity to have celebrations and recognition and frankly, a job market to go to or ability to go and look at colleges. There are just all sorts of things that are being interfered with. It's hard for me to, so I feel very, very badly about that, but it's hard for me to imagine that we will have the time to do this in a regular, in the process that we normally do, just as Manager Miller pointed out. We've already frankly passed certain deadlines, and the way things seem to be trending as things open up, it just in other areas, it seems like there are still sufficiently substantial risks that we're not likely to be able to do this in the normal way by the beginning of August. And it's only fair for us to move ahead, hopefully in the next meeting, as Manager Miller pointed out, and make some decisions. There are so many creative people in the county, to be able to brainstorm some alternatives in addition to the idea that was already mentioned, which just seems really interesting to me, to have an online auction and actually to have some online presentations by the youths. One thing I wonder, a lot of our younger people are so talented in any case, not only in doing the projects they do, but also in doing, videos that they do on the telephones and that sort of thing. And that in itself might be a challenge we could give them, so they could do video presentations of their projects, and there, in addition, could be maybe some judging of those videos and some awards for that sort of thing. there are a lot of people who are a lot more creative than me who might contribute those kinds of ideas. And maybe we could do that sort of thing to help soften the blow and keep them involved, because the kids that do, I mean, everybody in the county participates in the fair, and the kids that do 4-H projects have put in so much effort. And being able to really recognize that and appreciate what they did, to really share in it and see it, would really, we could preserve some of that, that would be great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Thank you, Commissioner Roybal. You know, the Santa Fe County Fair is a small hometown fair. It is incredibly sweet. It is incredibly family oriented, and I recognize that we've also canceled really large events, like the city of Santa Fe has canceled, or they haven't canceled, but Swaya has canceled Indian Market. Many of our markets have been canceled. And so I think that it is only right and correct that we consider that and consider innovative ways that these 4-H kids could get additional badges for their presentations, for their way of presenting their animals, the way of presenting their projects, because that would be incentives to them. And so I appreciate you bringing this up, and I appreciate the difficulty in this situation with it being such a family-oriented fair with many people who are longtime family members, and many of them are elderly. I mean, when I have been at the fair, there are many people who are also elderly. And so with this COVID-19 crisis that we are in, I think it is important for us to really weigh all the benefits and all the impacts that it could have on public health. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Sorry, sorry, commissioners, I'm doing a couple of things at once. In regards to, I appreciate the Manager Miller getting to us for the last minute, but I would actually like to know what services we actually need a contract with. And I understand New Mexico State has actually assisted the county for many, many years as into helping us run the fair. And so whether New Mexico State is closed, not closed, I understand that portion of the county as well. And then also that way we can actually, I can get with some of our board members to discuss them. Just give them a heads up what's going to happen. So I appreciate that, Manager Miller. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could Anna Waters on the could she talk about the services that she typically contracts for and the work that we do to get ready for the fair?
Absolutely, but I do want to go to Commissioner Moreno. I saw him raise his hand as well. If we can go to him first.
Yeah, this would be a question for the county manager. Have you been in touch with the people who are regulars, and if so, or vendors, or I'd like to see if you have been doing that.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to let, and Commissioner Moreno, I think that would be the for Anna to give you an update on all the conversations that she's had relative to the fair what we need to do, why we're running up against a time crunch, as well as conversations with fair board members about alternative things. Especially, yes, we do use the, as Commissioner Garcia stated, we use the New Mexico State, the Extension Services Office, and they're closed. So they really help us put the fair on, and they're working remotely, they're not on site. So with that, if I could have Anna speak for a couple of minutes, and then if you have another round of questions.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Anna, you're up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is something that we have been discussing. As County Manager Miller stated, NMSU Extension Office plays a big part in our fair. Christina Turner is the ag agent as well as the director, and they are working from home right now. But they also have been directed no 4-H events until August 15th. This isn't necessarily a 4-H event because it's county sponsored, but it does sort of hinder the amount of help that we would get from NMSU. And we have about 8 or 9 people from NMSU that are key people in the fair. The vendors that we normally contract with are our food vendors, as well as advertising, as well as Paper Tiger for all of the rack cards, save the date cards, posters that we normally have by now all over town, as well as the awards, ribbons, buckles, those types of things. So we haven't done that. I've been communicating with some of the fair board members, Tommy Spindle, who is our past chair, and he is actually on the state fair board, and he's also on a committee with the Secretary of Agriculture. He and I had a conversation last week, and what he is actually talked about, and he's working with the board on this, is to have the 4-H kids finish their projects, like Manager Miller said, possibly just even having something like a livestock show that would not be open to the public, because he and the other fair board members know that we can't have something really open to the public and congregating with 100 people or more like we would normally have the first week of August. So his suggestion, and he was going to talk to more board members as well, because he's on that committee, and Christina Turner is also on that committee, was to possibly have some sort of where the kids could show their livestock basically to a judge. So we would hire a judge, because that's something else we normally do. We normally get entertainment and judges, where we would pay a judge to basically judge an animal. There would still be social distancing. And this is just one idea he brought up. So where it would let the kids finish their project, and then having something like a virtual auction. And he said that he feels that they're capable of having a virtual auction. So it would still let the kids finish off their projects, because they've invested the money in their animals and stuff like that. It would mean probably no indoor like we normally have. And that's okay, because a lot of those indoors the exhibits come from my senior centers, and my senior centers are closed. So that's something that he kind of talked to me about. And, I think that would be something good. And he knows that that Manager Miller is also in on her phone calls, and he knows our situation as well. So, I mean, that is something that you all can think about, where it would let the 4-H kids finish off a project. It would not be open to the public. There would be no congregating, but we could pay a judge and get them their buckles. And we could do that in the new fiscal year.
Okay, thank you for that update, Anna. Is there any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Moreno?
Just observation. Teachers have been doing this all year, and as classes finalize, they are giving assignments and things like that to keep them engaged. I think that might be something to look into.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Any other comments from commissioners? I do think that it's something that we're going to have to, if we come in our next meeting, is that give ample time for this decision? And then maybe we'll get more information about how the 4-H wants to proceed at that point, if they have, a little bit more ideas of how they'll run the auction for the animals and things of that nature. But would that be acceptable as a timeframe, Anna?
Commissioner Roybal, members of the commission, yes, I believe that would still give us that time.
Okay, so let's plan on making a decision in our next BCC meeting. Unless, is there any other comments from commissioners? Okay, so we're on to our next item. Thank you, Ms. War. And this is the item number 7B, and this is a resolution adopting an interim budget for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. And from the Finance Division, we have Ms. Herrera.
Mr. Chair, we first have a presentation. It's kind of the follow-up presentation to each one we've been doing for the last, I think, 4 BCC meetings. Joey has been putting a presentation together, each BCC meeting showing you where we started and where we are. And we did a lot more work over the last few weeks. And what we'll be asking for today is what we've previously done, the approval of the interim budget. We're required to turn in a budget to DFA, what we call an interim budget, by June 1st. And although this doesn't technically require board approval, because we are not just doing the FY 2020 budget, which DFA secretary said we would be allowed to do, is just completely resubmit last year's budget. We opted not to do that. We said we want to start chipping away at giving you a realistic look of what FY 2021 budget's going to look like. So starting back in March, we started to give you information along that line as to what we thought this would look like. And so in April, both meetings, April, last meeting, May 12th, and in this meeting, we've been showing you how we have taken our original budget request for FY 21 and been removing from that budget request things that were in it as new initiatives, as well as anything that's been an initiative that we could pull back on or cut back on without cutting what we consider to be Santa Fe County's core services. We did another round, and one of the things, Joey put this presentation together, and I may interject a couple of things, because what we're trying to do is show you predominantly our estimated recurring revenues to our estimated recurring expenditures. That's so that's things like property tax, gross receipts tax, fees, interest income, that type of thing on a recurring basis, what we can count on year after year. And then recurring expenditures, salaries, benefits, utilities, fuel, contracts for services that we need, like food service at the jail, all of our IT services, support of all of our software, all of those things. That's what we consider recurring. What we consider non-recurring is when we've budgeted large capital items, that's construction projects, could be purchases of land, could be purchases of equipment, machinery, fixed assets. We do typically have fixed assets in our budget on a recurring basis because, for instance, sheriff's vehicles, we always know we need to replace a certain percentage of the fleet. So we don't do it, we don't buy all 100 vehicles for the deputies all at once. We try to buy 20 to 30 a year. But knowing that, actually, we buy about a third of them a year. Knowing that right now we have this issue, we said we need to really cut back on even our fixed asset purchases and our one-time purchases. So we've tried in this presentation to separate out as much as possible what we consider to be recurring revenues and recurring expenditures, and then fixed assets as its own class of expenditures. And then next month, we will also bring you all of the capital expenditures, which are pretty much any major projects, major roof repairs, where we're tearing off a roof and replacing it, any new facilities, any additions, any utility expansions, all of that. Those we're working on those, but they're not in this budget presentation. They will be in the final budget presentation. So I just preface Joey's presentation so that, or PowerPoint, so that you understand our budget is typically in the $350 million range, but that's once we get all the capital projects in, all the transfers in, all of it. What we're talking about predominantly today is our operating budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joey.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Thank you, Manager Miller. Chair Roybal, Commissioners. Yes, exactly. Our budget usually is over $350 million for the total budget. As you will see on there's the memorandum that goes along with the resolution. What we have put together for the total budget is almost $323 million. So it is quite a bit lower even for the overall budget. But what you will see on this PowerPoint today is the first few slides are slides that you have seen before. We've just kind of put these in here for you as a review as to what we've submitted previously. We have revenues by their source, and we have it by the actual budget that we received in 2019, the 20 original budget, and then we also have what is in the budget right now just for the interim budget. So these are all pretty much what you've seen before. And we have, because this is such a fluid environment that we're working on between the interim and the final budget, all of these numbers will change again as well. So you've pretty much seen these before. We've tweaked these numbers a little bit with making sure that a lot of those one-time expenditures, fixed assets and things like that weren't included in these numbers. So the department expenditure requests from the previous commission meeting that we showed you, these numbers are roughly the same numbers that you saw then, but we have taken a few of the fixed assets and a few of the non-recurring costs out just so that we can look kind of, as they say, apples to apples to see what we submitted before and what we're submitting now. The estimated funding gap, you've seen this before as well. We've talked about this. The actual revenues that we received in fiscal year 19 were $148,517,218. The estimated revenues for fiscal year 21 are $121,305,004. So we're looking at basically a decline in revenue of over $27 million. So the actual revenues for budgetary purposes were put in the system at almost 142 million, and the FY21 original estimated revenues were 139 million. The fiscal year 21 original recurring budget requests were over 144 million. And now the revised recurring budget requests as of the last board meeting were almost 135 million.
And Joey, I just want to interject here. Commissioners, part of the reason we put this slide in here and it was to show you that even with our original FY21 estimated revenues. We were at 139, 140 million estimated revenues, but we had 144 million from the departments in requests. So no matter what, if everything had been wonderful, we would have still been trying to pull about $5 million out of department and elected officials' recurring budget requests. But with the decline in revenues, we're looking at pulling out something more like 23 million from requests to our new estimated revenues of 121 million. That's a big stretch because that's pulling it below even FY18, FY19 expenditures. So that's why this is challenging, because we had to cut out of FY20 things that we could cut out so we'd have some money left from FY20. And while we were working on cutting even more out of FY21. So you can see that we had work to do anyway, but that work increased by $22 million more than what we started with. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, Manager Miller. So continuing with the presentation, these are the numbers that you saw during the last presentation where we had several revenues that were coming in higher than were budgeted or projected for the current fiscal year. And so we'll be able to use those revenues that are coming in to be able to bridge that gap. So that total estimated one-time excess revenue that we will apply to next year totals over $13 million. So for the fiscal year 21 interim budget update, after we applied the fiscal year 2020 one-time excess revenues, or the 13 million that you saw on the previous slide, the remaining recurring funding gap between recurring revenue and recurring expenditures was over 15 million. Since May 12th, an additional round of budget reductions of over $7 million were made by departments and the county manager, were made by departments and the county manager and department directors, as detailed in some of the following slides that you're going to see. An additional $1 million of hold harmless distribution was also added to the revenue estimates based on actual distributions. So the funding gap is now down to just under 7 million, not including our fixed asset requests for replacements and renewals or the capital projects. Those have all been left out of this budget that you'll see. For the interim budget submittal, the remaining funding gap will be used. We'll be using the cash reserves to be able to balance between revenues and expenditures. And that will be submitted at the end of this month, so in a few days. So we do have a request for direction from the board on additional recommendations that could potentially eliminate an additional $2,482,237 in recurring expenditures, which is really where we're trying to put our focus right now, is those recurring expenditures. So here's some of the cuts that were made, either by the departments submitting additional reductions from what we presented to you at the previous board meeting, or these were reductions that we are looking at making that aren't going to impact our direct services or our core services that we provide. Human resources, we reduced some investigations for new hires. Public Information Office, we reduced $50,000 for web hosting services. In planning, we reduced $133,000 in miscellaneous research studies, and I do have that list in case there's questions at the end. Building and development, we reduced several contractual services there, land use facilitation for SLDC, and $5,000 for third-party expert reviews for SRAs, SLDC. Community services, reduced $51,000 for landscaping for maintenance and upkeep of Milwaukee ball fields, which basically means we'd be doing more of that in-house. $77,500 is going to be eliminated because there's a Medicaid bill capacity for residential treatment, and Rachel O'Connor had mentioned that this was actually going to be cut It was intended to be cut once that was in place, and it is now in place or in place soon. The youth education program, teen court, was cut $100,000. And then other contractual services miscellaneous in their area was $10,000. And then these contractual service reductions continue on the next slide. Growth management in the community development area. We cut the architect, engineer, surveyor services of $200,000 and $100,000 out of the financial analysis and loan application expertise for submittal to MFA for housing development. Public Works reduced $22,492, these were available budget to conduct preliminary engineering reports and appraisals, et cetera. So they still do have budget. A lot of these still do have budget available. The amounts were just reduced. The assessor, we reduced $10,000 for upgrades to the web pages. So they still do have $10,000 in that budget. $5,000 to eliminate some staff training. Renewable energy was reduced by $250,000 to reduce the energy efficiency and solar energy revolving loan fund. That was reduced in half. Sustainability, we reduced contractual services by $73,729. This was several reductions of marketing, fix-it clinics, backyard composting program, utility management tracking of county facility usage, and educational outreach. And then we also eliminated the landscape assessments for the county and an ultra low waste event that was at, I believe, scheduled to be at the fair, and some project checklists. The Stanley Cyclone Center, we reduced a contract there, $25,000, economic development, $50,000 to eliminate mindshare. It was a rollover PO for a third phase of the trail app. $225,000 was reduced. All other line items in the category. So there were quite a few line items in the category, and we just reduced that by a percentage. And LEDA, we eliminated the LEDA grants for fiscal year 21. That was $700,000. We eliminated the Happy Roofs program for fiscal year 21 and affordable housing at $125,000. The public outreach feedback for affordable housing regulations vendor was eliminated at $10,000.
Joe, I just want to interject there that all those things on the housing, that money was considered one-time funding for most of those things in housing, and that if the board, if affordable housing is ready to move forward with an affordable housing project, we would revisit what contractual services are needed in order to develop the project at Camino Jacobo, and we would budget those funds at that time. Okay, Joy.
Thank you. Continuing, this is the remaining few contractual service reductions. We reduced the fire administration, that category, by 10%. So we were able to remove $15,700 from their contractual services. We reduced $45,000 in RACC for external dispatch center assistance. And then Sheriff Administration had all the different towing companies listed out, and we reduced those by a percentage. So they still have budget for towing, but we did reduce it by $7,940. So total eliminated and reduced in contractual services just since the last BCC meeting was $2,308,526. And then we will continue on with other cuts that were reviewed and made. These are operating reductions, so recurring operating costs that are specific to departments. Corrections was reduced $117,840 for inmate meals due to the lower inmate population that we're currently experiencing. The county manager area reduced $65,000 for new employee medical exams, audit contracts, software licenses, and archive storage. Various departments, there were several departments that had still budget for Adobe Acrobat licenses, and those have all been consolidated into our IT cost center. So we removed those since they're already budgeted over in IT. Sustainability, we removed $120 for MailChimp. Open space, we reduced, Mr. Harone submitted $10,489 to reduce the Youth Conservation Initiative program. Growth management, they submitted another $26,770 in additional travel and training reductions. And then public safety overtime was reviewed again, and we were able to reduce that overtime by over $1 million. So total other operating reductions specific to those departments were $1,244,917. And then we did some across the board reductions. We looked at fuel, how much we actually have spent over the last few years, what fuel prices are doing now. And we looked at that, and we were able to cut a percentage off of the fuel costs annually. That gave us $383,191. Travel, training, and employee dues was still budgeted a little higher than what we've actually spent over the last few years. And so we were able to realize another almost $291,000 reduction there. And then operational expenses is just one line item. That's not a combination of anything. That's just, it's called operational expenses. And we were able to reduce that by 3% for small divisions and departments and 10% for the larger departments. So those total reductions were $786,836 that went across all departments. We tried to leave, if there was special revenue, if it was grant related, we tried to leave those intact because that is the specific purpose for that grant funding in that budget. And so if it was for travel or training or expenses or something, we left those alone so that it wouldn't change what the grantor was willing to provide for us. So the new funding gap, we started with $15,117,128 at the last board meeting. And we took another hard look at our GRT and our hold harmless and feel like we can realize another $1 million there. And then the additional unspent funds for fiscal year 20 that were pledged by a couple of departments, they offered up another $310,040. And then when we went in and looked after those additional revenues and those additional pledges were provided to us, we looked at all of these different reductions. These are the slides that we just went over. So the contractual services slide, the other operating specific to departments, across all departments, those are the previous slides that you just saw. And then, as you know, the last meeting or the meeting before that, we discussed the health insurance increase on both the employer and employee side for contributions. So that actually increased, will increase the budget a little bit. And then we also have a 6-month hiring freeze. And then the revised funding gap is now just under $7 million. So with all that being said, as you know now, we still have a $7 million recurring to recurring funding gap. So we were looking at some of the other areas that could possibly be discussed by the board to potentially eliminate or reduce some of the costs. And so the electronic monitoring program is just under $1 million. It's just $909,639 annually. That's what's in the budget currently for fiscal year 21. So
Joey?
that's.
Joey, it's Manager Miller. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that the board understands we did not take these next series of slides. These items have not been taken out of the budget. We're putting them, we put these in here for you to consider over the next month as to whether you would like us to look at cutting these or how we would handle these items. What we tried to do is things that we knew that we could cut back on without either completely cutting out of service or affecting what we consider providing critical services, but just at maybe a little less intensely as we currently do. That's what we took out of the budget, and what is currently being requested to be approved today as the interim budget. These items that are other potential recommended cuts are things that we would like the board's feedback on as to whether you would like us to pursue cutting items like electronic monitoring. And so I'm gonna have Joey go through these, but I'd like to come back and discuss these with the board and get your thoughts on them, on each one of them individually. Go ahead, Joey.
Thank you, Manager Miller. So on the next slide, another potential recommended cut would be contractual services within the roads division. Right now we have $300,000 to evaluate and capture all county roads and assets. This project is to be used as a tool to determine pavement preservation by using a fair and transparent process to determine which county roads will be selected for pavement preservation projects. The Bochum Building lease agreement, the annual lease here is $250,000. And then we also have the annual cleaning contract of $33,600 for a total of $283,600. As you know, the county employees who are currently in this building will be moving across the street when that has been renovated. So depending on when we vacate this building and whether the building is used to house First Judicial District Attorney's Office during their renovations to its building, it may be possible to terminate this lease agreement with a 90-day notice due to non-appropriation. Community Services Department, the Edgewood Behavioral Health, funding for the Edgewood renovation for the crisis center there, $350,000. Community Services Department satellite offices, Pojoaque, Edgewood, and El Dorado. There are salaries and benefits associated at Pojoaque and Edgewood. They're part-time casual staff. And then there's also other operational staff. And Rachel O'Connor did mention that over 90% of the work for these staff is selling permits. And that the impact that it would have to our citizens would be that residents would need to purchase the permits at the main office in Santa Fe or online when that function becomes available. And she mentioned that there is limited traffic in Edgewood at this time. The county manager's office has public information.
Joey, did
Yes.
you count that the county would save on that last item?
I'm sorry, what is your question, sir?
Okay, so the amount was 69K,
Yes.
almost 70.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. The public information office is under the county manager's office, and they have radio contracts in their contractual services line item, and there's $91,000 there, and these could be reduced in their entirety or by a percentage. Other potential recommended cuts, the assessor's office, they have their flyover aerial imagery. The budget in the amount of $478,271 is to purchase the digital aerial imagery within the county boundary, and it is currently in the general fund in the budget. The digital aerial oblique imagery, first project, first payment, this tool is used to assess property values, and it is in the fixed asset request that you will be receiving a copy of. It is possible that they could move this to the assessor's property valuation fund if it is deemed mission critical and can be purchased out of that fund rather than the general fund. So as we stand today, our interim budget for recurring to recurring is just under $135 million. So this will be submitted within that overall amount that will be submitted, $322,880,046. That is what will be submitted this week to the state for the interim budget, and as I said, of that, almost 135 million of it is recurring. The fixed assets a lot of them are replacement assets. Some of them are new assets that are requests in the system. Departments submitted 186 different requests for a total of $11,455,535 in the fixed asset database. And as of today, either departments or county management have reduced or eliminated over $6 million of those requests. So we've almost halved that request, or we have over halved that request. The remaining 5.3 million are awaiting budget approval. Even if approved, the manager recommends waiting until after the first quarter in next fiscal year before releasing those funds to make these purchases of the fixed assets, unless the emergency replacement is required. And that's so that we can gauge how our revenues are coming in. And so we aren't in a situation where we're buying fixed assets that could wait until towards the end of the year when we realize more revenues, hopefully. So the amount that was removed is 6.1 million. We're awaiting approval of 5.3 million. So that was the total amount of the almost 11.5 million that were submitted. And I believe, so the fixed asset requests, here is a list by department, the number of requests that they had, the total amount that was requested, the total amount that's been eliminated to date, and then the amounts that are still awaiting disposition. And I've included a detailed spreadsheets with these requests specific to departments. They should be, at this time, I believe that they are on board docs. There'll be another PDF attachment to this agenda item for your review. And as Manager Miller indicated earlier, we will be looking to the board for direction on what we should eliminate, what needs to be in there. And so we will be coming back to you with that to determine disposition of the remaining ones. So the next step, the primary goal at the previous BCC meeting that we've talked about was to reduce that funding gap of over 15 million. So this was reduced by over 8 million, leaving just under a $7 million funding gap now. So the next steps are submit the interim budget to the state this week by the deadline. At this time, there are no further changes being made to the budget because it's just the interim budget. And then after that is submitted, we will be doing final reviews of all expenditures and revenues to adjust the budgets, and the final budget will be submitted in July. There will be a complete review of fixed assets. That fixed assets have been reduced, as we mentioned, by departments, elected officials, and county management. And while these reductions do not contribute to assisting with closing that budget gap, these requests typically use remaining cash balances that roll over from the previous fiscal year. So that's the stuff that fell to the bottom. We're going to be using those amounts to be able to help close this funding gap for fiscal year 2021. So the amount that's going to be available for those fixed asset requests will be reduced. And the board has been provided a copy of the fixed asset request spreadsheet for review to possibly make further reductions. And I believe Mr. Schaefer was going to talk about these slides, but if not, I can continue.
Mr. Chair, Joey, Manager Miller, I'm happy to talk about the recommended increases in medical and RX contributions by the employer and the employee. But Manager Miller, did you want to go back and have discussion on the earlier items relative to further potential budget cuts first, or would you like me to go forward with this portion of the presentation at this time?
Why don't you go ahead, Greg, with this, because I think, you know, it's all one big pot of money with way more requests than we have funding for. So we might as well go through it all and then go back over whatever the board wants to go over.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to try and go fairly quickly through the information on recommended increases to the bi-monthly contribution rates for both the county and the employee, since you have seen this information in detail before. To reset the table for the discussion, Annually, our actuary develops funding options for the county to consider for its plan year, which is on a calendar year basis. So our plan year starts on January 1 and ends on December 31st of the same year. The options provided to the county all required an increase in funding for calendar year 2021 in excess of $1 million. The so-called optimistic scenario requires $1.056 million. The moderate scenario calls for $1.245 million in additional funding. And the conservative scenario calls for $1.434 million in additional funding. Details on that follow on the next slide. Management recommends that any additional funding be provided by increasing both the county's and the employees' bi-monthly contribution rates. We recommend that for a variety of reasons. First, we've talked a lot throughout this presentation about trying to match recurring revenue to recurring expenditures, and using the bi-monthly contribution rates is consistent with that idea. Second, doing so makes the county cost responsive to our payroll as well as our membership or dependent enrollment levels. In other words, our costs will go up as membership goes up, and will go down as membership levels decrease. Doing this as it's needed avoids potential drastic catch-up contribution increases in the future. Having everyone, both the county and employees, to contribute more through bi-monthly contribution rate increases, to our mind, is most compatible with the idea of full risk. That ensures that everybody is contributing to protect each other against catastrophic medical claims. In addition, because of our four tiered levels, where the amount picked up or paid for by the employee increases as employee salaries grow, our bi-monthly contribution rates are in fact progressive. So again, you pay more as you earn more, and that means more of the increased funding obligation will fall on our higher earners. In addition, we feel somewhat perversely that employees, even without a COLA, are in a position to tolerate some increase in contribution rates. As you may have seen in the news, you're actually seeing a decrease in the consumer price index. So overall, prices are actually decreasing. At least that was the case in the month of April, primarily due to drastic decreases in the cost of gasoline. So again, other costs are going down due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the current state of our living reduces opportunities for discretionary spending. So we feel as if, while unfortunate, there is actual capacity for employees to tolerate some increase in bi-monthly contribution rates. So if we continue on to the next slide, this simply provides the detail as to the three funding options provided to us by our actuary and insurance consultant, Gallagher. Again, option 3 is optimistic. That means that your estimated projected paid claims is going to be spot on. You're not building in any margin to deal with higher than expected claims. And you're also not building up any cash reserve to be able to weather fluctuations. Option 2 is what they call the moderate option. You do include approximately $188,995 for a claim fluctuation margin, but you're not building any into your cash reserves. And then finally, option 1 is what they dub the conservative option, where you're both anticipating and budgeting for claim fluctuations, as well as trying to build up your cash reserves. So if we go on to the next slide, you'll see that management recommends that we go with the moderate funding option. That is based upon also projections from our actuary that COVID-19 may push down our overall claim experience and cost for calendar year 2020. And if those reductions materialize in claims expense, then that money would be available to provide the resources needed to meet the conservative option funding recommendation. With regard to what the moderate funding option would do, that would increase by 15.4% the bi-monthly contribution rates of both the county as well as employees. It's important to note that while the percentage is the same, the actual dollars contributed are different, or the percentage contributed to the increased funding, because the county picks up more of the cost of insurance than the employee does. Even if you increase both sides by 15.4%, the county would end up contributing $901,000, or almost 72.42% of the additional funds that are needed, whereas employees as a group would be contributing approximately $343,000, or 27.58% of the additional funding that is needed under the moderate funding option. Moving on to the next slide, this shows what the current employee contribution and county contribution rates are for our different tiers. It would also show the estimated employer and employee, that is county and employee contribution rates under a moderate funding option. And then the last blue shaded set of columns show what that change is to the bi-monthly contribution rates. We endeavored to try and extrapolate to show what that would be on an annualized basis. So again, in this slide, you see the change to the bi-monthly contribution rates. So county employees in the county pay contribution rates 24 times a year, so twice a month. And so that means that in the percentage change, so if you look at an employee who is in tier 1, that's someone who makes $30,000 or less a year. If they only cover themselves, that would be employee only coverage. The increase to them on a per pay period or bi-monthly basis would be $7.72. So they would be paying $7.72 twice per month for their insurance under the moderate funding option. So if you go on to the next slide, we attempted to annualize those figures so that the board could see what they would look like on an annual basis. As most of you know, we do offer two different plans, an HMO, which is where most of our employees are enrolled, as well as a PPO plan, the contribution rates for which are higher. And so again, this slide shows what the annualized cost would be at different tiers, as well as different levels of coverage. So at the tier 1 for employees earning $30,000 or less, an employee only coverage, the annual cost under the moderate rate increase would be $185.28. employee and family for that same tier for the HMO would be $546.96. And then at the other end of the spectrum, if you look at employees making over $70,000, the annual increase for employee-only coverage would be $324.48, and employee and family would be $957.12. So again, that would be the overall annual cost. I think it's worth putting in perspective. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the media and otherwise about furloughs that have been implemented at the city of Santa Fe. It amounts to like a 10 or 20% pay cut, depending upon whether your furlough is 4 hours a week or 8 hours a week. To put that in context, versus what's being proposed by way of increased insurance costs, a 10 to 20% salary reduction for somebody making $30,000 a year amounts to $3,000 or $6,000 in terms of an annual reduction in their salary. At $50,000 salary, a 10 or 20% pay cut would amount to $5,000 or $10,000 on an annual basis. And then finally, someone earning $70,000, a 10% pay cut would be $7,000 over the course of a year, and a 20% would be $14,000 over the course of the year. So again, I wanted to put those proposed increased contribution rates in perspective in terms of some of the steps that other governmental entities are feeling constrained to take in order to meet their own funding or budget challenges. I would only note, excuse me, that this is a situation where if the board were to decide to not go with across the board or equal contribution rate increases for the county and the employee, if the board asks us to find a way to fund a greater share from the county side of it, that would impact the size of the budget gap, because you would be now asking additional resources to be found on the county side. And so that it would in fact, again, play in to the expenditure side of the equation. If I misstated that, obviously the county manager will correct me, but I did want to state the obvious relative to what that would mean if employees are not bearing some of that cost. By default, that means that the county would need to find a way to do so. So thank you. I would stand for any questions relative to this in particular, but we're bringing this back to the board because it is a basic building block of our budget for fiscal year 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Manager Miller, did you have any additional comments? I think you're muted, Manager.
I hit unmute. If we could just do this last slide, and then we could go back to what I think we could discuss. I think maybe the best thing would be to discuss the insurance item and then go back over the other potential decreases in our cuts from the budget.
Chair
Okay,
Roybal.
sounds good. Yeah, yes.
Chair Roybal, commissioners, I'll just go through this last slide here real quick. So at the last meeting, our funding gap was just over 15 million, and we were able to reduce this down to right around 7 million by reducing the operating categories and our recurring expenditures. So the next steps are we're going to review personnel expenditures further and see if there's any way that we can reduce any other recurring costs in our operating, that we can make some additional reductions there. There will be a board review and decision of additional potential reductions and health insurance premiums. And so I did want to just once again make a note that these numbers for the interim budget will be changing. They will be updated for the final budget, and we will be coming back to you again for for the next steps, for guidance from you on that. And I stand for any questions as well.
Thank you, Joey. And thank you to Attorney Schaefer and Miller. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton first. Do you have any questions, Commissioner?
Yes, but just for clarity, are we working backwards and doing questions on the insurance piece first, or are we talking about all these potential reductions? So I took notes about a few questions, and I don't want to mix and match if we're doing one topic at a time.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, we could do either. I just think maybe doing the insurance premiums to get that big elephant out of the room. I'll be frank, I think that's one of the most difficult decisions that we need to make.
Okay. Well, so I'll stick with insurance first, and then I have a couple of other questions on previous slides. But for clarity on the insurance, some of the increases in costs have nothing to do with COVID particularly. There were increases that we were going to see in this budget year because of previous increases in claims and other. That's correct? Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that's 100% correct. As a matter of fact, COVID-19 might help us with our self-insurance funds because so many elective surgeries have been postponed that costs that normally would have come in over the last 3 months in claims for elective surgeries are being put off. So it gives us a little bit of a break. But just to put it into context, we had well over $1 million more in claims last year than we received premiums for. That goes directly to our cash reserves for the self-insurance fund. So no matter what, we have to increase premiums.
Right. So the question boils, so the point has been made that increasing premiums somewhat now is a relatively, the big picture, a fair thing to do, that the county takes the bigger part of the burden to be as fair as possible and helpful as possible to staff, to all the insurance members, but that there's a liability of getting a big hit if we don't increase as we go along and do something that's reasonable to match the fiscal needs of with both county and staff contributions. So it seems to me that the question now is how much risk to incur, since we're self-insured, how much risk is reasonable to incur to minimize what that increase in funding that is needed to cover insurance costs. Because we could pick doing the optimal, the optimistic, estimate of what's needed to minimize the county costs and address some of the funding gap. But there's a lot of risk associated with that. And I think, my first question is to discuss that risk, because to put in, no number is known with certainty, and to put in nothing, there's a whole science of uncertainty, which would be a lot more interesting than some other discussions, but probably not for most people. But that aside, to put in nothing to cover, the second line item to cover the uncertainty and possible increases in claims over the average, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And that's the medium option. And so if the question is, can we discuss a little what the remaining risk is of not increasing, doing nothing because we're self-insured, doing nothing to increase the cash reserves.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. So, our cash reserves have been built up in the self-insurance fund, and I'm looking for my, what they actually are, but of course it's not within an arm's reach. But it's been built up over time by premiums, less claims and administrative costs. The first 2 years we had claims and administrative costs, including the insurance that we call stopgap insurance, which is for very, very large claims. That those 3 costs were less than the premiums that we had coming in. And that's from the employer side of the contributions and employee side. So for the first 2 years, we actually built up our reserves. Last year, and we're going into our 4th year, but we're 3.5 years into it now. Last year, we just got nailed with excessive claims. And I mean, that's the experience of insurance. You have bad years. And typically, just like if you wreck your car, guess what? Your premiums go up. Well, when you're in a self-insured insurance fund, when we have collectively across the board numerous large claims, like double what we normally have, if you don't have that coming in premiums, it's eating away at what you built up in the way of reserves. This board passed a policy where we were trying to get our reserves up to 50% of claims. And we were going to do that over time. Well, last year set us back. We were at 25-30% of claims in the fund, and now we got knocked back to having probably less than 20%. Like I said, I don't have the presentation right in front of me.
That's good enough for the point being discussed. Yeah.
But it's basically not just took us off of our goal, which by policy the board set. We had a goal of 50% of our claims would be in cash reserves. It set us back from where we were to something probably more like 15% of claims. If we don't increase premiums, right off the bat, you can see we'd be $1 million in the hole. And we basically have nothing in the way of reserves.
Right.
So the risk, if we don't increase premiums, is that claims even just stay where they were last year, or stay relatively, even go back down. We still won't have enough premiums to cover our total cost of claims, administrative fee, and stopgap insurance. So we'll be using what cash reserves we did build up in the self-insurance fund, and could end up ending the year with no reserves left, which would then mean the only way to go there is another massive increase, not 15%, but I'm talking 25-30%, or cutting of benefits and co-pays and that type of thing, as well as the county having to pull a hunk of money from somewhere else, from its other reserves, to fund the self-insurance fund. So those are your only choices. And that wouldn't be so horrible if revenues were good. But as you can see, we're taking to fill our budget gap for our essential services. We're already taking reserves to fill that gap. So that's what we're faced with, why this is such a difficult challenge.
Well, and I think part of the lesson to be drawn from that is that we have to make a decision that we can actually sustain, not just taking a big risk in 1 year, but that we can sustain for a few years, because on general principles, it's going to have to take longer to see economic recovery from this pandemic response than it was to generate the problem. It's not going to, even opening up is not going to reset everything back to normal in the same 3-month period that we've been closed. I mean, things in this kind of complex system just don't go that way. So I feel like it's just really critical to make a decision here that we can, even if it's a little bit riskier, that we can sustain, that we can live with for a few years. And I think that's your point about, what happens if we completely diminish the reserve is one of the pivotal points.
And
a small point.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, a point I would like to make, we have not, I think last year we did a 1% increase to the employees. And I think the 2 years before that, we didn't do any. And in this environment of health insurance in the United States, the actual price of health services go up 10% per year. So in reality, there's been in the time that we've been self-insured, there's been a 30% increase in the price of medical services, of anything that you go to the doctor for. Over the last 3.5 years, it has gone up 30%, but we have not increased premiums to the employees more than, I think it was 1% last year, and maybe 1% the year before. I think it's maybe been 1% total over 3 years. So there's been a corresponding 29% increase to the cost of healthcare services in the United States, with a 1% increase in cost of insurance to our employees.
Right. I mean, so I think I know we're going to be strapped one way or the other. I do think we have to do one of these increases, and the recommendation for doing a moderate increase seems to be the rational one. The only small thing I wanted to just mention, it doesn't change my opinion about this, but in fairness, the information on consumer prices going down was true and driven in April, driven by gas prices going down, but this month's information is showing substantial increases in food costs. And so, it's these other rationales are really directly pertinent. The ability to afford it because of prices going down is only half true, and not really the biggest point. So that's all I have. That was the question I had for insurance. Hopefully, when we go to other slides, I'll have other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the communication between Commissioner Hamilton and Manager Miller. I would support the moderate position. I think that we're facing serious shortfalls, and I think that this is a better solution than to start doing furloughs, to start reducing people's salaries. I mean, this is something that people need, is health insurance that protects them. And most people favor employee provided health insurance. So I think that the moderate increase is the correct way to go at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Moreno?
This is tough. I think well, it's going to be tough either way. I think I would lean, given that the pace previously for the employees might be some employees. I don't know if you have the flexibility to kind of customize a plan for each employee, or is that too much?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moreno, we do not have, because we're self-insured, we don't have different insurers. We have one plan, more or less, with Presbyterian. But what we have are 4 tiers, where in each tier, based upon your income, the county pays a higher percentage of the overall premium. And so the lower paid employees, the county pays 80% of their premium. So that's the only way that we've been able to customize, is just doing a higher percentage of the overall premium, the lower the employee's pay is. And so we did add an additional tier 2 years ago in order to try to prevent an impact to lower paid employees. So that's one thing that we did back 2 years ago, is we added a 4th tier. We used to only have 3 tiers.
Yeah. Okay. That's my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sitting outside on this beautiful day, so I nobody minds that I have my sunglasses on. But however, in regards to a couple of questions I have is Edgewood, the $350,000 for the health center down there. I guess I would like to talk with Bernalillo County, because it was my understanding that Bernalillo County is going to first put in the first $400,000 out there. But I understand it. And then in regards to satellite offices, the possible employees that are there, we see that. One of the questions I haven't talked to the county assessor, and Joey actually alluded to the certain fund that the assessor has, and that actually comes from the state of New Mexico, and he's allowed to buy certain equipment, I believe, whether it's a vehicle or whether it's flyovers. And if he actually uses his budget, because I think Joey said it was not going to come out of the, it was going to get reduced from the general fund, and he was going to possibly be able to purchase that out of that fund. I forget what the fund's called. But if that's the case, I guess I just have a question. Like I said, I haven't talked to the assessor in regards to that, as into if you buy a vehicle from that fund, or if you actually buy aerial photography from that fund, the only people that can utilize that money, let's just say the aerial photography or a vehicle, is the assessor's office. So I just have a little bit of concern as into, that means our zoning department, our GIS department, and everybody else that uses that flyover fund money that comes out of our general fund, we will not be able to utilize that. So that's the only question I have on that stuff. But other than that, thank you, Manager Miller, staff, and I certainly do understand the percent. We've actually helped out the employees in the last 2, 3, 4 years. So I appreciate that. And I hope every employee appreciates that. And those are the only questions, concerns I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, when I'll go back to, I think it slides like 15 through 20, and I can address all of the comments and concerns that Commissioner Garcia had, as well as anybody else's on those items.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. And Commissioner Garcia, did you have any comments relative to the increase in medical insurance? Commissioner Garcia?
I'm sorry. As Commissioner Hamilton stated, it just kind of saddens me that the lower paid employee actually it takes a little more out of their check than it does the higher increased individual that gets paid a higher salary. So that's, on a personal note, that's the concerns that I have. But I do understand what Ms. Hamilton mentioned, that it's a nationwide situation that we're going through, from the top administration all the way throughout the country. So I don't have any more questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And, I have some concerns as well with the increase. I do know that we did have the breakdown of the different amounts that, what employees make and what they actually contribute. And I can appreciate that we haven't had the increases in the past. I just still am concerned with whether or not employees will be okay with these increases. But that's really all the response that I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, commissioners. I think what I will do, and like I said, we haven't built that change into the budget. We wanted to get your feedback. What I will do is get a little more information for employees that are in that under 30 and employees that are in the 30 to 50 range, and see how many employees we have that would be affected by the maximum plan. So, employee, spouse, and family. So, and see how many employees we would actually have that would fall into that range, and see what that, how significant of an impact that would be to how many employees, and get a little bit more information before we would make a final determination on that. Right now, though, just for purposes of planning, we'll continue forward with using the moderate, the moderate level, and see if there, and just see how many people that would affect, and at the high end of the employee contribution. So then what I'd like, if Daniel could do me a quick favor, pull back up slide. Let's do electronic monitoring last. What was 16?
And just really, Mr. Chairman, just on that note, just so the employees understand, at the public school level, we're doing the same thing at the public school. Since it's not just Santa Fe County, it's it's across every state government throughout the country, the nation. So we're dealing with that at a school board level as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
So, Mr. Chair, this is one item that was put into the budget based upon issues we had last year with the PASER rating methodology that was used, and the different road maintenance division supervisors or leads going out and trying to assess the roads within their road maintenance districts, and that those ratings came back potentially inconsistent across the county. So what was proposed at the time is that by Diego, is that we would hire a contractor to go assess all of our roads and rank all of our roads. The estimated amount for that is $300,000. If the board is amenable, we would take this out and do a different valuation process than what we did in the past, having a more comprehensive internal evaluation go through, and then bring that back to the board before any repaving projects would be scheduled, other than the ones we already have on our schedule for this year through the local government road fund grants that we received, and the ones that were already scheduled and approved by the board, as well as the replacement of those in El Dorado where the RAP had failed. So if the board's okay with this one, I would recommend that we do take this out and use this methodology somewhere in the future when our revenues have recovered to a level where we think we could hire an outside consultant for it. Otherwise, I think we should work internally. We have new staff at Public Works that could probably create a fair and equitable process that gets evaluated at multiple levels.
Okay, do we have questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
Manager Miller, I agree with you that this is something that we could eliminate for the time being. I also think that probably each of the commissioners in their own districts know what roads are really bad, and they could give that input to you, and that could go into part of the internal staffing and decision making about what roads really need pavement preservation. And having new staff with fresh eyes, I think will give us an opportunity that we can put this on the back burner for a while.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Hamilton?
So one way or the other, this project, the process of developing this more objective evaluation was the Public Works and the Roads Department being really responsive to some real needs. And so I don't think it's equivalent to have commissioners. I frankly feel like I'm as observant as anybody else, but I do not travel every single road or have the technical expertise to evaluate and do a fair comparison around the county for what roads need a certain level of maintenance, a certain level of pavement preservation, or a certain level of like upgrading or replacement. This was, I guess part of this is a shout out to the roads people, to Public Works, for knowing and developing this much better system for trying to be objective. On the other hand, in my discussions when Public Works presented this information, my impression was that senior people in Public Works were going out and doing test runs and doing some implementation of this on their own. So Manager Miller, in a way, you almost started, I think you started to answer my question, which is how much of this could be done or is being done in-house. And I'm asking the question, recognizing that, if you need to pay $300,000 to a contract, that means if you try to pull at least a portion of it in-house, that's real time and effort. It's not, you don't cut a budget magically be able to do the same amount of work. But recognizing that, or we're keeping that in mind, I would love to see road decisions being made on with some objective standards being applied across the board.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think that we can do that. Like I said, having a countywide, all at one time assessment of all 500-600 miles worth of road is almost impossible to do internally. So what we'll have to do is build off of assessments that were already done, and then set up some review process and just a more transparent process, rather than having staff do it and that all those scores are put in and then decisions made without having other layers of review of what those scores or ratings are of those roads. I think that's a piece where we can go in and say, okay, we already have an assessment done of most of our roads. The ones that are going to come up are going to be the worst ones. So now we need to create a level of having staff go at least assess the worst ones. And I think then that is also the opportunity of input, where somebody says, well, why this one's in really bad shape, whether it's a commissioner or someone from the public, why isn't it on the list? So that we can also send a separate group of internal staff to go look at it. Or maybe at that time we would hire a consultant to look at a small number of roads, not all 570 miles worth of county roads.
I would agree with that completely. If this was put to cover, that ideal situation where they could assess all the roads all at once, then I would agree completely. If we can preserve the process, the more objective evaluation process that they developed and utilize it in-house to evaluate projects that have been proposed and evaluate those on a fair and comparative basis, but not go out and do all the county roads right now, whether they've been asked for or not. I would agree that that would be a very reasonable thing to do and save us some money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Thank you, Manager Miller. Do we have any other questions or comments relative to this item from the other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, this is Rudy.
Commissioner Garcia?
I agree with the previous commissioner's recommendation. When I saw this coming forward, I guess I'm just interested as into who the consultant would be, because every single road in Santa Fe County has its unique in nature, right? County Road 84, 94 up in that district, 2B down south, Sunlit Hills area, our free area. Every single road has, depending on the traffic, how it all works. And so it's kind of like Santa Fe County roads are very unique. And so another thing I had a question about is Robert Martinez actually, through our public works department, got certified and won this award in Taos about 3 or 4 years ago that Santa Fe County did an excellent job as into going and assessing all of our roads through some sort of I think Manager Miller mentioned us into a phaser approach, and whatever happened to that method or whatever, where are we at with that? So I'm okay putting it aside for now, and so we can figure out what we need to do and how we need to assess and address our county roads. Thank you.
Okay, Manager Miller, did you have a comment relative to Commissioner's question about Mr. Martinez and the training that he or the method that he was using?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, we still have, that wasn't like totally, it wasn't just totally thrown out. That data still exists. I think where we fell down on that was on the regular review, and then it was happening at an individual level, and then one person could go in and say, yeah, well, I don't think you rated that one correctly. It needs to be higher, or this one needs to be lower. And that happened in what I'll call probably a non-transparent, non-public environment. I think we can still utilize what staff learned, that system that Robert Martinez and Adam Legan and Diego put in place, I think we can improve upon it and still utilize that until such time as maybe we want to go. This was put in there based upon that problem that we had, and Diego said, would you like us to go, start at ground zero and have everything assessed like we did our facility condition index for all of our facilities to have an assessment of their deficiencies. Commissioner Garcia, you're right. Pavement is one thing, and looking at the condition of the actual pavement, but a lot of these roads have drainage issues and low water crossing issues. This study would probably identify those and add them to the list, but relative to being able to move forward with what roads need repaving the most, I think we have good enough data from that PASER system that we had to continue that, but make it more transparent before decisions are made as to what roads would be repaved.
You take Commissioner Garcia. Was that it for your question?
Yes, thank you for the answer, Manager Miller. Because our road department, our maintenance guys, excellent team, excellent guys out there, and women. And so we're still continuing to do chip sealing on roads. We're doing chip sealing that started on Saturday, I believe, in El Dorado. Great. We actually just chip sealed and looks an excellent job. But they're in front of the Alfrea Cemetery about 3 weeks ago. Great job. Actually got a text from a contractor today or yesterday, and they said that the chip sealing that they did, that the staff did in Yellowstone, excellent job, our county crews. And just giving a shout out to them. And so I asked the individual, are you joking with me or are you serious? I said, no, I'm being serious, that they actually did a very great, excellent job. So just on a lot of kudos out there to our staff, because they do, with what they have, an excellent job. And I totally appreciate our road guys and everybody else. I'll just see it. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I would agree wholeheartedly. I think that we can, do away with this contractual service at this time. I think that we do have staff that can evaluate these roads. I don't know that if it should be a committee of staff or it's just one individual. I just, I don't want any kind of perception out there for anybody to feel like they're picking certain roads, over other ones. So I just would think that maybe, whatever information they compile, that, we keep a good record of that. And also, I don't know if it should be a committee or just the individuals that would make that choice. But I think, Manager Miller, I think you might have mentioned that there would be possibly more than just one individual.
Mr. Chair, yes, we have all of our we have all of our district road supervisors, and we have the maintenance supervisor. We also have Diego, and we have Gary Giron there with his background from DOT. And we have the new division director, Ryan Ward. So I think we have a lot of people who can provide some good input on some more checks and balances as to the way we make those recommendations.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Is there any other questions from Commissioner relative to this? Commissioner Moreno?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I would bet that in every district, there are some difficult ones that you might have to do more to get something better. or it's a process. I was in a meeting, let's see, 2-3 weeks ago, where we talking about roads in El Dorado. But I know that was committed for various reasons, and so those high impact, those, they should be put, the projects on the lower land.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Any other comments, Commissioner Moreno?
Well, I think that's it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Manager Miller, any closing statement?
Mr. Chair, no, not on this. I just wanted to touch on a couple of the other potential recommended cuts. Like I said, we're not asking you to put them in the interim budget. I just want to put them out there for food for thought, because when we come back at the next BCC meeting, I would need some decisions. So if the Bochum building lease, as you know, we have a lease on Bochum building, but at the end of July, early August, we will be moving out of this building. Initially, we were going to move the district attorneys into this building and continue the lease while we renovated their building. But I am having PJ look at whether or not we could, since so many of the DA staff are working remotely, they may be able to just utilize our HR building once we move out of there. And so we're looking at that possibility, that if that is sufficient office space for their kind of permanent office staff that need to be in an office while over the next 8 months or so, while we would potentially renovate the DA's building, then we could terminate this lease with a 90-day notice due to non-appropriation. I just wanted to put that out there because I think, you know, as you can see, we are really in a situation of needing to cut as much out of the budget as possible. So we're researching this one as an alternative for dealing with the renovations at the district attorney's office. And I'll have more information on that as I get information back from PJ. I've also talked to the architect for that project.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Commissioner Garcia?
Just really quick, thank you, Mr. Chair. Catherine, thank you for looking into that, because remember, the ultimate plan was to move the old HR building, was supposed to actually be utilized for our records department, our records storage area, because we pay a lot of money to, I forget what they called, Iron Mountain or whatnot of Albuquerque.
Yes.
We paid like $350, almost $500,000 a year. So is it better to keep the Bochum or to turn our old HR into the records facility? I don't know, but if you don't mind, keep looking into it. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we are 100% looking at that. Still with the intent that ultimately we would look at HR for the company store for supplies, as well as a scanning center for documents. And then ultimately see if we can't get our storage down to using the old juvenile facility and completely cut costs for records management by several $100,000. That's just going to take us a while because, as you said, we use Iron Mountain. We have probably over 8,000 boxes of records at Iron Mountain that go back and forth.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I just first of all, that's a really great point, Commissioner Garcia and Manager Miller's response. So I really am also really glad you're looking into that stuff. I wanted to ask if we can, unless there's a better way to, as Commissioner Garcia implied, a potentially better way to do the trade-offs if we want to get rid of the lease of the Boken building. Would it be safe, or why wouldn't it, to anticipate that 90-day notice and give that as soon as possible if we're going to be able to be back in August? I mean, it's a risk, obviously, but you may, anyway.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, yeah, we've thought about all of that. I don't think I could actually make a notice until July 1 anyway, just based upon the way the lease was written, but I'm also want to make sure that we don't need to be in here ourselves any longer than August.
Right, okay, that's great, thanks.
And do we have any other commissioners that have comments?
Mr. Chair, I'm all for moving out of the Boken building. And I think that, I think this remote work situation that we have found ourselves in, I think many people are still very productive. Different people are more productive and other people are less productive. It definitely depends on the individual, but if the district attorney's office can work around that and use the HR building in the meantime, I think that might be a really good solution. We could move forward on that. I have comments on other things, but I'll wait until we get there.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any additional comments?
We're battling the digits here. I would concur with not keep the building, the Boken building.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Okay, back to you, Manager Miller.
So, Mr. Chair, the other one that I just want to talk about real quickly, and then the rest, well, two of them, then the rest we can leave for future discussion next month. But I just want to get this on the record for you guys to contemplate, because I'm going to need to ask for a decision. The other one is the, I think it's slide 21, Daniel, and I'm going out of order, but 21, which was other potential recommended cuts, and this is the assessor's office, GIS. So we, what happened is this year, it was in our budget to do a flyover this year, including an extra data capture for the census. But we weren't able to get the flyover scheduled this fiscal year before the trees started to leaf out. So the assessor requested that we just carry it over and do it next year. Well, that seemed fine at the time, except that a couple of things. We were doing flyovers, portions of the county at a time per year. Last year, Assessor Martinez requested that we start doing it every single year, especially while building construction was on such an increase. Well, we didn't end up doing it this year. So he asked, well, can I just put the whole works in for next year? And we said yes. But I am now, with where we are and with potential construction slowing down, I think this is a pretty heavy lift for the general fund to take the full burden. And I would recommend that I talk to the assessor about a possible different approach One, to the point that Commissioner Garcia brought up, is if it's completely paid for out of the assessor's property valuation fund, which by the way is a 1% fee on assessments that goes specifically to the valuation fund for reassessment. So it does have to be used for reassessment. But what I would recommend is we either split this 50-50 between the assessor's property valuation fund and the general fund if we do the entire county, or we do half of the county instead of the whole county, and the general fund covers 1/2 1 year and the valuation fund covers 1/2 the other year. So I just want to put that on the table, that I'd like to have a conversation with the assessor and look at our alternatives and come back with a recommendation that looks something different than all $478,000 out of the general fund next year.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Manager Miller. I'm going to make a comment, then I'll go to you, Commissioner Hanson. I think that your proposal and to talk to the assessor would be a good idea, because you know, if we have a 0.5% come from the general fund and a 0.5% fund to, or another 0.5% or 1%, I think that would be our best option. It's not all coming out of the general fund. So I think that conversation with the county assessor, because I know that Commissioner Garcia mentioned too, that if the funds come strictly out of the assessor's office, right now we have our 911 call center, the treasurer's office, or clerk's office, the fire department, and the sheriff's department that actually utilize this pictometry photos also. So I think that, you know, it's something that we probably can. I think it's a great idea for you to move forward that way when you talk to Commissioner or Assessor Martinez. But I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree with that. I think that since so many other departments also use this pictometry, that if we could figure out a way to split the cost between the 1% in the general fund, so that our department still have access to the pictometry, I think that is really important to have, and that we manage, you know, maybe we don't do the whole county, maybe we do half of the county and still split it, so that it's reducing the cost in this year, because this is when we're going to feel the bite of the reduction in the coming year. So of our income, the bite of our income is what I meant to say. So splitting it, I think, and talking to the assessor, I think is obviously a good way to go. So thank you, Manager Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton?
Actually, I was just going to suggest the same thing. It seems like doing both, split, given all the budget pressures, half this year, half next year, and splitting the costs between the assessor and the county would reduce financial pressures on both of us. It seems like a way to go.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Moreno?
I would endorse that too. Commissioner Hamilton.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, I'm fine moving on. Thank you, Manager Miller.
Thank you. Okay, Manager Miller.
And Mr. Chair, the last item that I just wanted to talk about is potential recommended cut. And we actually have an item on executive session relative to a lease that has to do with this. So I don't really have to talk a whole lot about it, but Commissioner Garcia brought it up, and that's the Edgewood Behavioral Health Center, just to put it into context, we had put money, so Bernalillo had money to redesign. First Choice had money or was going to give us the building. We had to do a state land office lease. And then Bernalillo County was going to put money in towards operations for year 1, 2, and 3. We were then informed they would only put operational money in for years 2 and 3, which then put the entire burden of year 1 and renovations on us. That's a challenge in this economic environment, on top of the fact we're trying to get the Santa Fe Behavioral Health Crisis Center going. So we're looking for some guidance, and just leave that to talk further, but I just want to let you know we do have an item on executive session relative to entering into a lease with the state land office. And if we enter into the lease, we also have a building that comes with that property. So all these things are predicated on one thing after another. So it's a little bit difficult. And I did let Rachel O'Connor know that I would bring this up with you because I also need to talk to the Bernalillo County manager, but it's my understanding she's not real familiar with how they were going to propose funding this anyway. So I just want to let you know we're struggling a little bit with this being a 3-way agreement, because if there's no funding for year 1, then First Choice also doesn't see how they could participate in it. So, but I didn't want to take any of it out of the budget without having a full discussion about what our challenges are. And then electronic monitoring, I'll bring more information on that back at a future meeting, as well as the satellite offices and the possible cuts to our broadcasting. It's nothing we have to do right now.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton. I saw your hand up.
Well, because Manager Miller hadn't quite gotten to the end of what she was saying, and she was talking, I did have a question about the electronic monitoring, but if we're not going to discuss it now, maybe I could just put it out there, and you guys might be thinking about it already. But when I saw that, like the electronic monitoring costs, I know those are put on us by the court system. We have an arrangement, we pay for it. But one of the reasons for doing it, I mean, there are many good reasons, but just to keep people out of jails. So with the savings, potential savings that were put in the, put on the slide, does that account for potential increases in other costs, like unintended consequences? If we eliminate the system, are they going to be forced to put more people into the detention center that will have costs as well and eat up some of these savings?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, obviously that's the challenge. When this program was created over 20 years ago, Santa Fe County contracted, or it was about 20 years ago, Santa Fe contracted with someone to operate our jail, and we paid a per diem for every individual who was in the jail, as well as we contracted for someone on electronic monitoring. I believe at the time we paid a contractor to house a Santa Fe County inmate $65 per inmate day, and we paid for electronic monitoring something like $18 to $20. So it was directly it was an alternative to incarceration that saved the county money. I'm not saying that was the only reason we did it, but not every county in New Mexico has it. As a matter of fact, there's only a handful that actually do it and operate it themselves. And that was the reason Santa Fe County got into the business of having electronic monitoring. But now we actually operate both ourselves, and we don't control who's on it and who's not. We don't control how many devices a judge puts somebody on, so they could put them on a SoberLink device and a GPS device. Part of the reason for bringing this up is we did let the judges know that we are struggling with keeping enough staff as case managers and recruiting staff as case managers with the volume of people that they are putting on electronic monitoring. So a industry standard would be to have, say, 35 cases per staff person. Well, we have had as many as 80 cases per staff person. We've gotten the judges to back off and reduce that, but right now they're probably carrying 50-some cases per staff person. The only way we're able to keep providing this service is to keep paying staff members more and to try to recruit them. And lately, we haven't even been able to do that. We've raised the salary level twice, and we still have had difficulty recruiting people. Additionally, we're not able to make judges not put them on 2 devices. So we have no control over who's put on this service, yet we're hit with the total cost. So we've thought of some alternatives, and that is, hey, courts, what if we gave you a flat amount of money and you go contract with someone to provide that service? That's one option that they're looking at some research at. And then we also have looked at whether there's another way through different technology to provide some type of monitoring service. So those are 2 things that we're looking into. But I just wanted to make sure that this was brought up and put up for discussion. Yeah, if you have 20 or 30 inmates diverted from electronic monitoring into the jail, there is an increased cost in operations, but is it as much? Maybe not if you have 200 people, but the truth of it is they're not likely to have that many that would go into incarceration in the jail that are on electronic monitoring. It's probably a small percentage that would be the alternative sentence to being on electronic monitoring, especially a SoberLink or something like that. So yeah, we have a lot deeper dive to do into the data. I just wanted you to know that we were having conversations about it with the courts and internally, so that we could just figure out a way, is there a way to reduce the cost of our electronic monitoring program? Not with the idea of just completely eliminating it, but what else could we do?
And does that answer your question, Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Manager Miller. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
So I wanted to just jump to one of the other potential cuts, which would be satellite offices, and I see this as an opportunity to get our online services together to sell punch cards online. So somebody needs to make themselves. Anyhow, it would be an opportunity to get I'm just getting I was getting a tremendous amount of feedback. It seems like it would be a good opportunity to get our punch cards online so that people could purchase them that way. And so I just want to suggest that as something to look into.
Frankly, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hamilton?
frankly, that was going to be my comment. That it would be all the information you presented, Manager Miller and Joey, makes sense, but the availability of having the online purchase would really improve the situation tremendously.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, I actually think it would be a great idea to go on the internet, but I do have some concerns with some of our constituents that may not have the means or maybe don't know how to use the internet to make these purchases. So I do have some concerns in regards to that, but I think that it would be really efficient for us to be able to go in that direction. I don't know how the people at the transfer station would be able to do the punches and not worry about somebody duplicating these tickets if they're punched or if they would be mailed to them. I'm not really sure how that would work, but just a couple other thoughts. So if we don't have questions from commissioners, Commissioner Hamilton, I see you.
Well, actually, frankly, I think that's a really good point, but I wonder if there's something to service the people who just don't have access to the technology or don't care to use it, in between keeping all the satellites opening and just closing them all, like maybe having one person who now as part of their job does a traveling once or twice a month, and just literally only at each location, just to be able to service people who need in-person service for that sort of stuff. So they wouldn't be open all the time, and maybe it could be done mobily somehow. So so you don't have to keep those places open and staffed, but you can have somebody who can go around. Anyway, it's just a thought. But it is a good point. I agree. We need to service everybody, not just the tech savvy.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. And yeah, I think that we would definitely have a reduction in individuals that would go to the actual satellite office to purchase these tickets. So maybe a reduction of staff would only need to be there once a week versus 3 times a week or whatever. I guess it's something we can look at. Commissioner Hanson?
So the other possibility is that they will always be available at the treasurer's office. So people will still be able to get them at the treasurer's office. And even though that is a drive possibly into town, like if it's in Edgewood, maybe there is, 1 day a month or 1 day a week. But I don't think Edgewood is one of our highly trafficked places for punch cards. So I think finding solutions for this is definitely one of the ways that we can cut costs. And maybe we can have a telephone. Most people have a telephone if they don't have internet, and they can call the treasurer's office or they can call the transfer station and find out when they could buy the punch cards or when they would be available in their area. Anyhow, I think it's a good way to cut costs. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia, did you have any comments relative to this issue?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Moreno?
We were a couple millions of dollars. So no, I don't know comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any comments relative to this item we were just talking about? No? Okay. Okay, Manager Miller?
So, Mr. Chair, that was all that we had on budget discussion. You might have questions about the overall presentation, but ultimately what we would ask for is approval of the interim budget as presented by Joey Rowe, and which would include passing the resolution that we need to submit to DFA.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to make a motion to move a resolution adopting the interim budget for fiscal year 2020, 2021, FY 2021.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton? Okay, so I'm gonna go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And Commissioner Roybal is a yes as well, so it passes unanimously. Can we get a resolution number, Madam Clerk, for this resolution we just passed?
I'm trying to connect here. Hello, Chair Roybal. The resolution you just passed for the record is Resolution 2020-42.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to move on to matters from county commissioners. Are there any announcements or matters that county commissioners would like to bring up? I'll go to Commissioner Hanson first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank staff for all the work that they are doing out in the field. Community service report was really helpful to read. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the report. But I also want to also mention, that all of the people who stock our shelves in the grocery stores, I have found after sending out a newsletter that these are also essential workers and people who get very little recognition. And so I want to give them some recognition that all the people who are stocking our shelves, all of our firefighters, all of our cashiers, everyone who is providing services out there is so important to us all functioning to be able to stay at home. And so I really, I just wanted to thank them and let them know that we recognize how important all these essential services are to us, and that we're grateful that they're there, putting themselves at risk, many of them. And so I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, and thank you for recognizing the essential personnel out there that are day-to-day activities going and is a benefit to all of our constituents and ourselves. So thank you for that recognition. I appreciate you bringing that up. Other comments? I'll go to each individual commissioner. Or Commissioner Hamilton, it looks like you're good. Commissioner Garcia, let me go to Commissioner Moreno first. Go ahead, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Moreno, you need to unmute, sir.
I'm on now. I 2 weeks ago, we were going to talk about the dollar store, and I want to recognize the people who worked a lot of hours to recognize them and all the members of the 285 South Alliance. That's one. I think I hadn't engaged with the manager when after that meeting. I was happy that the people were very supportive. So I think, and I had an idea. The situation was that.
Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. I think that this would be a topic of discussion that'd be more appropriate for the board's deliberation on this case rather than in an open session. Again, forgive me if I jump to a conclusion, but you can't put that genie back in the bottle. And so if I misunderstood where the conversation was going, I apologize. But I do think that would be a more appropriate venue. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia, did you have anything, sir?
Yes, really quick, I'd like to give a shout out and thank you. Speaking of first responders, I'm sure everybody heard about the fire in Los Lagunitas in the La Cienega area. I was out there on Saturday evening after it started, and thank you for our fire department, for our sheriff's department. Our state police was out there. We had a federal government helicopter out there. Thank you for the pond that was out there. Without the pond and the helicopter, that thing would have probably gone out of control. And I like to give thanks to everybody that was out there. It was great. They actually did a good job, and thank God that the winds did take it over. Once again, thanks you for the helicopter that was out there. And another thing, guys, I'd like to give a special shout out to Sergeant Tim Benavides. He actually was on it. He was there. He was making the calls, and he did a good job, as well as Martin was out there as well, and all the staff that was out there. It was scary, but great to see everybody working together as a team and communicating, especially the way they communicated with the 150 individuals that were actually sitting out there on the West Frontage Road, waiting to, when are we getting back in? How are we going to get back in? But there's many individuals out there that did an excellent job. But thank you to those individuals out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I just want to say, I hope everybody had a safe Memorial weekend. And I hope, everybody had their opportunity to visit loved ones that have, served our nation in the armed forces and our veterans, our fallen veterans. I hope everybody took time to reflect on their sacrifice to us and to be the nation that we are and to be free in the democracy that we do have. And, I just want to, give a shout out to all our veterans and also to all the families that have had service people that have passed away in the line of duty, and also just our veterans that we've lost over the years, and just recognize them for their service. And thank you all once again, all you veterans that are out there. I know that we probably have quite a few veterans that work for the county as well. And I just want to give a shout out for your dedication and service to our country. I'm going to go, is there any other commissioners that have comments?
Just really one last thing, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Garcia?
I just sometimes take those for granted, but actually I'd like to give a shout out to Ambra. Actually, she was on it on Saturday. She working with me very closely, as well as the manager and all staff, as to just figuring out what we need to do, how to help people. But thank you, Ambra, and just to everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and thank you for recognizing our liaisons, Ambra, and I recently had my liaison retire, but we have Olivia Como and also Tessa Jo Mascareñas that have been really helping me quite a bit. So I do want to say I appreciate you guys and thank you for everything that you do. So Commissioner Garcia, thank you for bringing that up. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Next, we're going to go on to our next item, which is comments and announcements from other elected officials. I know that we have our county clerk, Geraldine Salazar. Did you have any announcements?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to remind citizens and voters of Santa Fe County that we are right in the middle of early voting, and that's voting at the clerk's office, actually the county's underground parking lot. And voters can still request for absentee ballots until May 29th, which really doesn't allow too much time. We've mailed out thousands of absentee ballots and applications. And so I get emails every day, many of them, and calls regarding they haven't received them. And so what I want to do is share with the public that there are options as it gets closer and closer to what they can do, but they can also go on to the clerk's webpage, and get further information. But what other options are available are that if you were talking to voters, that you can go to the in-person early voting BCC site at the clerk's office at 100 Catron Street, located in the county's below ground parking lot. Tell our poll workers that you have not received your absentee ballot and that you would like to vote in person now. Sign an affidavit stating that you didn't cast your ballot. My staff will back out this absentee ballot. Then the poll workers will issue a ballot on demand ballot to cast as an absentee voting machine right then and there. You should wear a face mask and gloves, and there is sanitizer, excuse me. There's even popsicle sticks to sign with and dispose of immediately. This can also be done at the early voting alternate BCC sites. And the alternate voting sites are they began May 16th through, and they will continue just like here at the clerk's office till May 30th. And the hours for the alternate sites, the one here at the county building here is regular hours. But at the alternate sites, the hours of voting are from 12 noon till 8 p.m. at night, Tuesday through Friday, and from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. on Saturdays. The sites where they're located are the Avedon Community Center. These are all alternate sites, early voting BCCs. So the Avedon Lopez Community Center, the Christian Life Church, new would be the Town of Edgewood Administrative Office, then the Max Cole Corridor Community Center, the Powaka County Satellite Office, and then a new alternate site is the South Side Library. So those are all of the locations that you can vote in person. And even though you ask for a absentee ballot, because I have a lot of very concerned voters, so we've been working with them and figuring out how we can do this, and then they keep in touch with me if they get their ballot, and then everything's much better. But in case they don't, they have the option to go to the clerk's office and the alternate sites and request right then and there that they would prefer to vote in person. We'll back out that absentee ballot in our system and then issue them a new one and document that also. So I know that the voters have been very concerned, but understand that we're working very hard. We have received thousands of pieces of mail. My staff, I want to give them a shout out for all the hard work and the overtime they've had to put into helping this office, ensuring that people have the right to vote, and helping each other and delivering democracy to ensure that we're not disenfranchising anyone. We have a lot of people that have been very angry, and we've worked with them. And anyone out there that has concerns, you can contact me by phone or by email, and we will work with you closely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Chair,
Do we have any other elected officials? I'm sorry, who's this?
Commissioner Hamilton, can I ask Clerk Salazar a question that's been?
Sure, Commissioner Hamilton, go ahead.
Salazar, a number of people have asked me if they have their absentee ballot, can they fill it out and drop it off at the clerk's office downstairs instead of putting it in the mail?
Yes, thank you so much. There's so many details. I missed that portion. Yes. The county has put out a new box out there, a drop-off box, and it has a small flyer out front. It's in blue and white, designating it as the absentee ballot drop-off. Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner Hamilton. I appreciate that. Yes, if they receive their ballot, they fill it out, and then they drive to the clerk's office, drop it off in that box. We pick them up regularly. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson, you had a question as well?
Thank you. I just have a comment that I have sent a number of people to the complex to vote in the garage, and the reports back have been that it was very easy, and they were grateful that they could just drive right in, vote, and drive right out. So I just wanted to let you know that people are appreciative of the system that we have created in the complex. So thank you for that, Clerk Salazar.
You're welcome, Commissioner Hanson. Also, too, the county has been very supportive. There were a few days where our poor poll workers were freezing and they were huddled in a circle for a while. So I was very concerned about that, but that has been remedied. But yes, we prefer that they vote by mail, but as it gets closer, we have this option. Wear your mask, wear your gloves, come in. We are everywhere throughout the county where we have these early sites. They are trained on how to manage this process. The poll workers have done an excellent job, and all of the techs that we have out that are from our office also are out in the field ensuring that people can vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and just a shout out to all your staff. Great job. You know, it's definitely a difficult situation at this time, but you guys are handling it very well. So we're very proud of you guys. So thank you for everything. Okay, so are there?
Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Clerk. Are there any other elected officials on the meeting that would like to make a comment or announcement? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close matters from other elected officials, and I'm going to revisit matters of public concern. I said earlier that I would come back in case we did have somebody that would come back on the line. I know Manager Miller had indicated that one of our AFSCME president had been on the line earlier to address the board. I don't know if they're back or if there's anybody else from the public that would like to address the board. Okay, once again, I'll ask, is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and close matters from of public concern. Our next item is item number 10, and this is matters from the county attorney. I don't know that we have anything else that we would need staff present for after when we come back out. I think that we would probably adjourn directly from matters of the county attorney. Mr. Schaefer?
Mr. Chair, there is one potential action item after executive session, and that is item 10B, consideration and action on a business lease 1660 between Santa Fe County and the New Mexico State Land Office. So we will have to come out of executive session for the board to tend to that item. The staff involved with that item, Ms. O'Connor and Mr. Harone, are aware of that, so they'll stick around. But if there were no questions from the commissioners relative to information reports, then I would request that the rest of the staff for the county be excused. And then secondly, since there are members of the public who may be interested in the board's action on item 10B, I had Tessa Jo Mascarenas send out to each of the commissioners a separate meeting WebEx invite for executive session. So once a motion is made to go into executive session, the commissioners, myself, the county manager and deputy county attorney will need to leave this meeting and immediately sign in to that other WebEx meeting. With that by way of overview, Mr. Chair, we do have a need for executive session to discuss board deliberations in cases previously taken under advisement by the board as allowed by section 1015-1H3 NMSA 1978, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by section 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978. And the specific matters to be discussed are the acquisition of real property for a behavioral health care facility, annexation dispute, joint powers agreement dispute, and BCC case number 19-5241, Dollar General Store BCC appeal. So that's the motion that we require, Mr. Chair. And again, if you could specify whether staff other than Ms. O'Connor and Mr. Harone can be excused, I'm sure the staff would be obliged.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer, and I do agree with the other staff that's not needed for this last item to be excused, and I do want to thank all of staff and all of the departments and divisions for the report. We appreciate that. I know Commissioner Hanson, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss the items that were provided by Attorney Schaefer.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call?
Yes. Chair Roy Ball,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
Okay, one more
Yes,
time.
yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you all. You're all in attendance. Okay. Thank you. Good night,
All right,
everyone.
thank you.
Take care. Be safe.
You too. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Can you hear me, Commissioner?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we have Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, we just need one more. We have you and we have Commissioner Hanson. We need at least one more commissioner for a quorum.
Okay.
Where are they?
They're stuck in another virtual meeting.
Garcia is signing on now.
I just clicked on the meeting that was there, waiting. So who do we have?
I'm here.
Catherine, Gary. Oh, Commissioner Hamilton is in. Okay, Commissioner
I'm here.
Roybal.
Okay, so I think that we have a quorum here, so if we can get a motion to come out of executive session.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hamilton?
I'd like to move that we come out of executive session and ensure that the only things we talked about were those things that were listed on the agenda and articulated by the county attorney. And no actions were taken.
Thank you for the motion. And thank you for the second, Commissioner Hanson. So I'm going to go to roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Is Commissioner Moreno on? Okay, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have 4 yeses. Commissioner Moreno, are you on?
Doesn't look like he's signed on just yet.
Okay. Okay, so we have 4 yeses and one that hasn't joined us yet. So we're out of executive session. We did have one item in executive session that we're going to bring forward. Commissioner Hanson?
You're muted.
I don't have the agenda or the minutes in front of me. So if I could ask County Attorney Brown to read what it says so that I could make a motion to table.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, we're on item 10B, which is consideration and action on business lease 1660 between Santa Fe County and the New Mexico State Land Office.
So I'd like to move to table that.
I'll second that because it's in my district. Next time, Commissioner, I appreciate if I can make the motion, but I'll second that.
I'm happy to let you make the motion. I will withdraw the motion.
Okay, so Commissioner.
That's fine. We can move forward, but we're good. I'll second it.
Okay, so we're going to stay with the original motion in the second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. Commissioner Moreno, have you joined us yet?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so we have 4 yeses. I believe that is concluding business for this evening. If there's not any additional announcements, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, bye.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
And
Yeah, good night,
Commissioner Roybal
everybody.
is a yes as well, so so we're gonna say good night, bye. See bye.
Bye.
Take care,
Say
everybody.
Good night. Bye.
Bye.
It's bedtime. Good night.
Thanks, everybody.